Okay. Copy that. Oh, there we go. That's mine. Okay. How am I sounding? It's gonna be sounds alright. I'm gonna be making a new world for now, because I've kind of got myself into a situation in my other one. I am gonna be cheating myself in a bunch of stuff to start with. Because, well, I will explain as we go. First, let's try getting the world go. Stream world. On. Easy. I don't know if single biome even works. But I'm gonna try. Let's see. And actually, no, I don't think it would work. Let's just go for default. And let's go for some game rules. Immediately respawning. Keep inventory. See, 9 is, 8 is how many you get. Let's go for 24. Okay. Capital C is basically one of my default seeds. Like I just go capital A, B, or C in most of my worlds. Because if something goes wrong, I can easily change mods or configurations around and make sure that, you know, I see the difference. Like I know, but by default, in some versions, this would spawn me in a jungle. In this version, I believe it places me on an island, which is pretty flat. Pretty sure that's the seed I was using earlier. I just don't know if I don't know if the island is most recent result I got from it. Okay, say yes. The reason I'm going to be cheating in a bunch of items is honestly because I did the beginning so many times, just testing and in the end realizing something didn't quite work out. Because I've been trying, and I'm still not quite there, but I've been trying to get a good continental type world going. Something like Big Globe, but not having all the bullshit that Big Globe has, which prevents Just using a mod to override mob spawns to include modded mobs. So, I've been experimenting with that and not been as successful as I would like. And that's why, because I've, started like 5 worlds and gotten to iron production levels and then realized, oh mate, where the fuck's the Wendigos? I've just decided against it. Either I find out mobs don't spawn, or I find out that the world hike hasn't actually been changed at all, or I find out that the mod didn't work at all, or I find out it's a data pack which works in a weird way, which overrides a bunch of other things which should be happening, but are not because it's so weirdly made. Yeah, look at that flat island. First things first. I believe in long day and night cycles. It's gonna take a little while for the game to load. Right, I haven't quite gotten Figura to work out. I just added it because I figured it could be neat, but I don't want to not join another Discord, so I just haven't been getting around to it. So here's what I'm gonna be getting first. Right, it's gonna take a while to load. But that's gonna be the benchmark to know when it's, started working. Another good way to find that out is, holding that on the Alt mine button. And as long as it's not active, that means, it's not yet gotten around to actually being loaded. This is mostly because of distant horizons and all that kind of stuff. I believe the road mod is also possibly a reason for this, but I haven't yet confirmed that. Mobs are also not gonna be moving around for a little bit. I'm gonna be using... Oh, look at that. There we go. Let's see. I definitely want a want of symmetry. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Encased fans. Yep. Crushing wheels. Yep. Just the basics here. Yep. Belt. And casing. There we go. Partially to build, partially to craft. The saw is not going to be useful because I'm using dynamic trees. I will need to change that config for dynamic trees though. Okay, mechanic drill. Yeah, vault. A little bit more than one. fluid tank. Just getting, it's kind of set up. Get rid of that. No, okay. Okay, and then I'm gonna be putting it all into this backpack. Once, twice, rice. Okay. Now, I'm gonna go for the nearest tree and grab myself a boat of bismuth. Alright. It's gonna be enough for seeds now. And this is gonna take some time. Due to dynamic trees. I really wish the config was global. I'm lucky as a wrench here. If not, I'm gonna be getting myself another way. You know what could be interesting? There are mods which give peaceful mode hunger. I would like to know if there's a mod which gives hardcore mode the opposite. Not quite the opposite, but a lesser version of hunger. Basically, imagine you're trying to heal, and you took damage, and your hunger bar heals you, and it goes down. And then that hunger bar, only that hunger bar, not the hearts itself, they operate on the basic hunger principle, but the hunger bar takes a little bit of time to heal. To regenerate. Yeah. Ooh. I'm just thinking about that because I really dislike the way hunger works in Minecraft, and I'm thinking if that could be a neat compromise. Like a game rule, not a change of the basic mechanic. Like Sims game rules were added, there really is no reason to not just make changes as game rules, or game rules that disable changes or enable adjustments. How's that going? Yep. Ocean. Ocean Village. I'm guessing that's like a debugging thing, that there would have been a village if there was no ocean. Probably. I can't imagine any mod that I've installed for adding ocean villages. No, so looks a little older than normal. Like I'm feeling like this is an earlier version somehow, just from the vibes. It may be all of this happening. Like that could very much be right. Oh, that's interesting. Actually, it's a black bear. Mm. One of the dynamic trees add-ons that I forgot added mushrooms and all that, and they can grow like good, what looks like 50 blocks high, possibly more. And they're just growing, like in the underground. Excuse me, what the fuck? How can it? Okay, no. Like the command must not have taken because there's no way the day could have gone out that quickly already. It would at most be at this height at this point. And yeah, a single biome must have done something because I don't remember it looking like this. Maybe what I should do Yes. Let it load. Oh, that's odd. Normally that does things. Yeah, I'm gonna reload just in case. Also gonna be changing the dynamic trees settings while that's going on. Let's see. Saved. Single biome. Server config. Copy. Stream world. Server config. Paste. Replace. Ah. By the way, the melting times have begun where I live, which is what I call summer. I'm not saying it's summer on the calendar. I'm saying it's the time during which I begin to melt has begun. And yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Whoa. That's not meant to do that. That's not meant to do that at all. Hmm. Yep. It's completely lagging out. Okay. I spy with my little mini map. Frog. Ooh. Ooh. Haven't seen this before. Oh, that's nice. This is a good place to stay and watch. Sun seems to be behaving. That's good. It's one of those little moss huts. There's another structure right there. They really do fight over every valid space to spawn, don't they? You know what would be cool? World gen and structure placement mods. Listen up. Generate a hash based off your mod name. And when considering placement, instead of going off some math like 16, 32, 64 number that other mods may also be using, use your own generated hash code as the basis for whether to place a structure somewhere. So that instead of overlapping like this, you would get a bunch of varied places where structures would appear. If I remember right, this is... Oh no. Yeah, no, is it? Is it? Oh, tadpole. I don't think I've been in this one before. Weakness potion is nice. And grabbing this food also. Suppose this would have been a good fishing spot. Or just a fancy floor. Ladybug. Yeah, dragonflies. In German, dragonflies are called Libelle. And so when translating, I can sometimes think ladybugs. Because that sounds more like it. Okay, so. That's a good structure to find. I think I will be actually repairing that one for once. Oh wait, no, that's another type. Is it? Not quite sure which structure exactly this one is. Hmm. Shrubland. What do I have in terms of saplings? In case you didn't notice, I did press the backpack button just now. It is just not reacted yet. I'm gonna check on the config to see what it's doing. Not seeing anything out of the ordinary. Let's see how far. 64. That should be more than fine. Oh, there we go. I was just considering which, if I want these, if I want to try if I can even farm these, considering they are designated spas, or if I want to go further for better wood. In my main save, what I've got already is I've got the world loaded so far that I can easily fly around with using an elytra, which is pretty great. I got myself a mod for a flying machine, but because I wanted an early version of Flight without having to use an elytra, come to find out when I wanted to try crafting it, it needs an elytra to craft. So I, did VLPs. I acquired it anyways. I, that's ominous. Is this? Oh yeah, no, that's the default structure I don't already know. It's a pretty common one. I really like a mod which allows me to like set frequencies for structures. Some structures I would like a lot more of, some I would like a lot less of. What the fuck is that? Illusioner? Got a feeling that one's the. Oh. Nice. Alright then. I made my main base in this kind of building as well. Or rather next to it, I really only just cleared this building out of it, and my base is elsewhere. Oh, it gives a normal oak acorn, that's great. Right. Not quite sure I remember what's up here. Oh yeah, sparrows. Right. There is a trapped villager downstairs, but you know, freeing it's not gonna really do anything at this place. So, yep. And the ocean. Or a pond. A large one. Maybe a river, if the config is, you know. Creature. I should have gotten kelp. Is this a counts one in between biome at this stage? Because, that's a backyard. It's an in-between backyard. That's the green space between the street and the sidewalk. You know what? I really should be doing this in my main save. I'm just not sure if it's gonna load because I updated the places mod, which last time caused some minor issues. But either way, I'm gonna go and load that instead. Because it's really not fun, right? It's just... suboptimal gaming. Moment of truth. I'm gonna go open the window. That's pretty. The temperature is already killing. Alright, let's go. So. Oh. Oh. Oh no. So. Yep. I do believe we are having speed issues. Oh, okay. Anyways. This base has grown, as you can probably tell, very organically. The best part, the prettiest part I've done, is this greenhouse, which doesn't even work. But yeah. Alright. So. Here's the, hold on first. Alright, no. One of my mods seems to be disabling chat replies, even with the command setup. Spawn is... Right, spawn was up here somewhere. Let's see if I can use the elytra-like thing I got. Like yeah, this is the ornithopter I wanted to get to not need to use an elytra. I was thinking maybe it's just a slow flying machine, but no, it's a better elytra, hence it uses the elytra. And it is too fucking dark. Can't see shit. Yeah, by the way, is what I was talking about when I said I made my base in this kind of structure. I basically just, made it next to this. Okay. Is misbehaving. I don't know what, but something seems to be resetting that mod every time I restart. Anyways. So, backrooms. Places. I have, for some reason, not found the structure that actually generates the backrooms. And, you know, the reason all of this is loaded is because I've looked. So I believe there may be a Terralith incompatibility. Either way, allow me to show them. Here's a little place I dug out, I secured for myself. It's pretty... Whoop. Okay. Just a little thing in these kind of, you know, in this kind of section. Then... Okay, hold on this. Did I place one here? No. But I marked down the tall offices, but I didn't place a waystone on the suite. Okay. How far is it then? Oof. Oof. Anyway. So this is, okay, first off, this is a place that you can find. That's pretty neat. But if you go like 2000 blocks, something changed. To the side, you find this. And you can't see anything here right now because I got a mod for that. So hold on, let's see if I can change that. True darkness, okay. Does it have? It has a config. There we go. Yeah. And this is the best way to travel in here because it takes a lot less time than trying to find paths through all of this mess. Do I have a... I do have a floppy disk. Yeah. I have yet to completely understand that map system. Whoops. Clumsy. Once again, waiting on my backpack. Okay. I have been going down this path for a while. in search for a specific biome. And I appear to be exceedingly unlucky. And so what I've been doing is whenever I got sick of flying down, okay, here I made a little bridge. That's about 14,000, no, 5,000. Whenever I get tired of looking, I place down the waystone and go back to the overworld. Right, so Distant Horizons really doesn't do much in this dimension. It can't really preload the segments that make up the dimension. Once I reach the alpha dimension, it's probably gonna be different. I am noticing mobs on the map. I'm gonna be taking a look at that. Whoop-ah! Hello! Loot bug. Whoop. Well, I gotta see what's inside then. Appears to be loot. What can you make? Okay. Ah. Interesting. I'm gonna need a dedicated places backpack at some point. Because this one's getting full. Maybe seeing new rooms already. Possibly. Here's the strat. You go onto one side, and then from there you've got a clean shot to the other side. Unless it lags. Well, rip. That's me dead. uh, I am going to be cheating. Yep. Ooh, what? What even am I? Ooh. I lived! Last time, even just entering the void was an instant death for some reason. Yeah, that had reset my progress, because, again, I took my waystone with me. If that had reset my progress, I would just be teleporting. I don't care. Ooh. Clumsy, clumsy, clumsy. This would be a lot easier if I didn't want to be fancy about flying. Once again, I'm on the exact opposite side. Okay. There we go. Now, what is this then? Yep. Okay. I'm gonna be a... Oh, there we go. Time to get outside. Let's take a look. I should have some... what I'm missing is obsidian, probably. Yes, I did crush up the last of my obsidian, I think. So I'm gonna have to find... yeah, okay, Yep. Okay. Another spot. Hold on. I don't even know what the exact recipe is. Oh, you just wash magma. Oh, that's fucking easy. Got a magma machine downstairs. Yes, we're downstairs. Whoop. See, hasn't melted yet, hasn't melted yet. And what's supposed to be melting is melting. So, here's my magma machine. It makes magma. That'll do. It's part of an unfinished crafting chain. Which, once it's finished, will be giving me a lot of useful stuff. Magma off. Come on, don't... Okay. Just one, perhaps? My god, washed. Okay. New recipes. Polymer clay. Oh, okay. And that can be... Okay. Okay. Interesting. I see, like I said, the mod is updated. So I'm not quite familiar with all the new things. And I will be holding back on looking them up. I'm not even sure exactly how the going to the dimension works. I know it's something with the PC and the floppy disk, but I don't know if it's gonna open a portal, create a portal, or be a portal. That should do. I just know there's a portal. Like, you know, like you use the floppy in some way. This one. I should probably copy. I should copy that floppy. No glass, eh? Has going to the places changed? Well, time to go to sleep again then. Or does time pass differently if I'm in places? If so, that may be something I need to report. Because I'm pretty sure it's not a... Is that how the clock effect works? Does time run differently there, and that's why... That would be so weird. If that's the issue, I mean. And if that somehow overrode this whole system. Allow me to show you my redstone farm. Can you show me my redstone farm? Where's the distance thing? Oh. One moment. Moment given. One moment. Moment given. Yeah, I'm noticing issues myself. Thank you very much. Okay, there we go. And now it seems to be doing stuff. I am going to be walking from this point on the... Ouch. I'm so excited seeing these drip stalls. Not Forgetting that I've already found a better way of making lava. Grabbing them anyways. Bah. Pretty sure in peaceful they don't do anything. Maybe acting like wolves. So this machine takes a lot of power. Takes a lot of power. More than I expected. And doesn't chunk load. But 8 is gonna be enough. Yep. Now to crush that into... Well, can it use a mill? It can. Just slightly less efficient if I remember right. But, you know, it being infinite, I don't really care. You may be asking yourself, what am I doing actually? I'll tell you. I want to place down a computer. But I'm not sure if computers not breaking is a glitch or intended. And I didn't want to ask. And so all the computers I got, which possibly should have broken when I got them, I want to keep them. Or place them in a good spot. And so I am building an office. As best as I can. Let's see. Sure. And some cardboard blocks, sure. And a little bit more of this. Right, and... yeah. Let's make an office. I'm thinking up there. That'll do. Now then. Now, one reason why the backrooms in Minecraft works so well, because it doesn't really matter that to make a proper office building, the exterior walls have to be 2 meters thick. Not sure how that's gonna translate here, because the inside of the building is gonna have wallpapers, but I can't just have the outside also be wallpapers. That means I need walls. And so I even need the exterior walls to be very clearly delineated by having completely different wall types on the, outside sides, outside facing sides. Or I have 2 meter thick walls. I'm thinking 2 meter thick walls. I want the inside to be entirely backrooms themed. Thinking these are not gonna be on walls, no, I'm thinking brick walls. Maybe deep slate, maybe the all classic. In which case I would still need to smelt those. I don't have them yet. We'll just be starting with normal. The normal interior walls. Mm. All right. So let's start with the floors. Dark oak would be better than this. I'm thinking some kind of executives office situation. Whoops. Didn't quite get to the jump I wanted. Ouch. Slight lag can instantly make that almost impossible to do. Doesn't need to be much, just a little. Now, nah. Okay. Next is I'll think about doors later. I, for now, just want to prep the place and explain once I've, really looked at what's new. Now, for the table. I do have things which could be used as tables, but also not really. look. I were to go with oak. Now I've got two of them, just in case. Okay. I think I'd like a barrel of the stuff I got for this build, so that I can keep it in place. Keep one of these here. This could be neat, but no, that's the wrong kind of window, I would say. Not quite the vibe. Could keep one of every type, yeah. Speaking of, well, the file cabinets. Sort by mod, and that. I've got a bunch of floodlights. Well, the filing cabinets, I definitely got some right. I'm pretty sure I got some. Oh, okay. Dang it. You know what I hate about buttons? I've heard this one before. But I really hate when I push a button and it takes a second. You know, some buttons, especially in emails, some buttons don't do what you ask them to do at all. Let's see. I'm not gonna be finding all veins. Not even gonna be looking for them there. The fuck am I gonna do with 7 fails? That's literally useless. Why the fuck did I have 7 fails? For those of you who don't know, fail blocks start working at exactly 8. So, you know, it's a funny amount to carry around with me in my limited inventory. Okay, that's better. I would also like a, right, thinking a mossy waystone would be good. There we go. So, that's so interesting. Okay, so it seems to be an intended feature. Oh, then. Here we go. So here's this game I found. Called Cave Game. Oh look, none of it. And wonder if, again, I wonder if Distant Horizons works here now. Looks like it. Time to explore. So, one thing first. Is that normal Minecraft dirt? Huh. So a lot of stuff here meant to be made out of plastic. Because that's the whole idea, that this place is basically a fake alpha cave game, you know. Totally not Minecraft, but like on purpose. Okay, yeah, normal dirt spawning. That's intended, I guess. The stone is plastic now. Let's see. Stone cutter. That's interesting. I'm gonna grab 64. Just to have a supply. First thing that stood out to me, of course, is something that looks like the place I just came from. Oh, this is... Yep. Portal back to level 0. Interesting. Not sure where exactly that's gonna place me. Ugh. Oh, just plastic. Yeah, okay. Oh, I see, I see. Normal smooth stone, eh? What about these? Scrap. Now, we were to turn out the plastic logs. Like, can plastic trees... Hold on. Oh, that is interesting. If that actually grows, that means we finally have a renewable way of making plastic. I gotta test that immediately. Don't see anything about if it's growable. I'm gonna keep that in the back of my mind for now. I'm dead. Whoops. Uh-oh. Oh no. No, that's not supposed to happen either. I'm back! And yes, it's night again. And that does look a little fast. I really should find a way of draining the experience out of this place. I've got collectors set up. Like a barrel that collects drops. Yeah, I need to call a herd again. I may have gone overboard a little bit. You may have noticed this stuff is from a mod which allows me to get monster drops from peaceful mobs. 9 peaceful mobs make 1 monster drop. You know, one mod I'm surprised hasn't gotten create integration yet. Pressure, that run pressurized pneumatic craft, I think it's called, which has all the tubes and pressure and temperature and all that. I feel like that should get a create integration in some way. Like, I mean, an add-on that integrates the two, or even natively something. It like detects if both are installed. He has this little thing where you can push stress units into it to create pressure. Pretty sure the reason I had the issue just now is because there's way too many mobs here. And so, it's time to crush. Well, I'm up here. Kill him with my sword. Maybe hearing a lot more deaths happening below me. That's because this farm has a lot of layers. And the layer below this one is a little bit fuller. Very clearly a little bit too full. Oh. I appear to be frozen. Oh my god. I swear, man, these things are either working too well or not well at all. In another mod pack, I have similar blocks. I think it's maybe even the same mod. And they keep, you know, eating out of rhythm. Basically eating, and then before the next one can get to the trough, they walk away and lose their effect. And so there's no breeding that's happening. And then they just, you know, keep basically going into the trough in shifts and not reproducing. Anyways, this is why I'm fine with culling the herd so completely. this is not gonna be making any actual dent into the population. Long term, they will come back again and again. Okay, so this computer again. It stays. That's not okay. So I guess that's intentional. Once again. Oh, I can just open into the Elytra. I'm gonna survey the land from up here. How much did I get from that? Oh, just about 600. I really should automate the killing better than just crushing damage killing them. The fog appears to be an intentional effect that seems to, it's not gonna make exploring. Disinterference works, but it's not gonna do much here, apparently. Next stop. This is where I'm gonna place this waystone. Is that story mode stuff I see there? It's must be a... Oh, I didn't take it. Well, then I'm gonna check out this first. Oh! That's pretty neat. Gonna be taking that. Then I'm gonna be digging into the side of the pyramid. For the British Empire, or something like that. Appear to be mobs. Below. This should be, yeah, a new type of creeper. Allow me to quickly demonstrate. Even in death. So yeah, that's the blunder. Anyways. Yeah. Pig? Normal pig. Okay. Oh, and I, I took it off. It's gonna be a debug chest. Nope. Look at that. Tragic. Isn't this... Yeah, it's a bit short as well. No wonder they messed it up. Where you come back from a mining trip after 5 hours and you're told, no worries, I'm gonna build something. And this is what you find. You know, I wasn't sure if it happened in places as well. And now I am. Now I am. Would you look at that? Ooh, okay. Oh, is this? Yeah. Okay. I see. What is, yeah, that's original sign. The end, okay. Sign. Yeah. Oh. Entity! Oh, entity! I'm guessing that's intentional as well, which is a pretty neat effect to have. I'm gonna be exploring a bunch here, I think. Ooh, here we go. That's another big thing. I don't have enough redstone. Mm-hmm. So that counts as all. Oh, this seems slightly special. Ooh, 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 I'm dead again. I'm gonna be using this. That's new. And this appears to be a whole different area. How far away? Okay. Casual. 30k. Spick. Cobblestone. I'm going to be disassembling this now. For parts. Possible secrets. Also, I can't use some of the obsidian, that's pretty neat. But you know, mostly parts and secrets. And I'm gonna leave it unfinished. Where? New structure detected. Wee. Oh, it's a storage. Nice. Now I'm gonna be exploring the caves. Because I'm pretty sure I saw there something about there being stuff in the caves as well. Oh, that's pretty neat. He's X-ray. Let's go. Uh-oh. You know what could be neat? Pigmen. Pigmen villages. Sure, it's a lot later than Alpha, but it could be neat. Oh, I clearly went in the wrong direction. Oh, never mind. Oh, never mind. Here we go. Diagram of 20. It's a normal stone. Normal stone cutter. Just a general base, kinda, yeah. Glowstone. Actual glowstone. That's interesting. Even here. the gems. On the oldest Anarchy server in Minecraft. B2T player tries to brief base is so distraught at the lack of loot that they instead decide to help build it up. Oh, is that? That's not... actual lava. Okay. I feel like that should change the shape of this stuff a little bit. Maybe into some kind of warped variant. Alright. Time to find the bottom. Dang it. Actual bedrock. Okay. And actual lava. I don't see any kind of other structure. And those aren't really all that interesting to me. Uh, different one from the one I was at before. You know what could be a neat way of hiding a base on an anarchy server? Just having a few thousand decoy bases. Check that out. You know, one of the oddest things I've noticed is like little kids playing online games who have found like a cheat of some kind. And it's obviously a cheat. And have managed to somehow get past any anti-cheat that exists. And are clearly cheating. Come up with the wildest excuses as to why that's not cheating. There's like two kinds of explanations. The first is I didn't know. And the second is actually this is not cheating. Because and then some bullshit. Like once I was playing Terraria online and oh look, right here. And I found somebody who was pretty friendly, and that guy had a sword. And I looked at the damage and thought, man, that doesn't look right. And I looked at the wiki and thought, oh well, that looks even less correct. Yeah, it was the final melee weapon at the time. And so uh, I told them, hey man, I'm not gonna be reporting you, but you should probably throw this into the trash and just never speak of this again. Because, you know, they were being nice, they were being friendly. And, you know, before then, it didn't look like they were doing anything like that. And just to note, this was a server which had specifically no external items of any kind. Like, your character, when you join, basically gets wiped for just that server. It's got its own login system, basically. So yeah, there's no way of bringing any external items in without cheating. And he was the type, you know, in his case, he said, no, it's legit, it's fine. I eventually said, hey man, let's just stop lying. And you know, I didn't even know if there was any whisper options. So of course a moderator noticed the discussion and came over. And his explanation was a zombie dropped it. Again, let me repeat. The final melee weapon, you know, at the time, I think it was maybe it was Terraria, like with sword. I think that's the sword that's called Terraria now. Well, anyway, something of that here. Post all the whoops. Post all of the things. So clearly not dropped because the world wasn't even at that stage. But yeah. Unfortunately, they did get kicked at that point. I don't know if they got banned, but that was a strange encounter. It's always the clear liars who are so angry or distraught about being found out about lying. We have to, like, the worse the lie, and I mean quality, not, you know, severity, the more angry and aggressively some people will defend it. It's very weird. I should see if I can. Okay, so I've got the stone cutter. I'm gonna need this. For that I need to be in a specific spot on the inside. Supposedly, and I would need to check over here again. Yeah, I clicked. Now I just need to wait. Okay, so this is the map floppy. When I run this, I get this. And according to one of the places where you can find this floppy, down here is a red dot. Up here is a dot with a manila pattern. That key item. Which leads me to believe I need to go north. By the way, look, hotel room image. So it's time for some navigation. Do I have... I do not have any waste. I will definitely regret going there without a waystone. Should maybe put up caution tape on the floor in this area so I can be, just for the vibes. Obsidian. Did I? Must have. I do need these. Okay. Back again. Oh, that's good. Okay. Pulse. Let's rethink that. This, by the way, house.watt reference. Pretty cool. Surprisingly detailed as well. For, you know, being in Minecraft. Adventure! Whoop. Now here's an interesting one. This corridor with just this vent. If this is the same I remember, there's a bunch of secrets in there. Still concrete, okay. Yep. There's a good opportunity here to check the map. same distance. Time to keep it up then. No big exploring of these spaces, even if there's some parts I am not quite sure I remember as they are now. It got a lot more connected since the last time I played the mod on stream. Like, going up and downstairs was almost useless because it just kept being locked off. But now, down and upstairs potentially lead to entirely new paths. So there's been a major overhaul in that regard. Dead ends, of course, do still happen. I'm not guaranteed a straight line from here. But it should take a lot longer to get to such a point. Mm-hmm. I don't think I took any computer with me, so I can only check at any I find here. Here's what I mean, right? That would have been definitely a dead end earlier. We're taking it apart and placing it back down again. How am I further down? Guess I'll go down then. It appears the map is backwards. Or does the orientation of the PC matter? Nope. Once again, it's not doing nothing. Ah, okay. Adventure. Right. Now this is something. A storage unit. Ooh. Hello. Oh. That's the creeper is. Classic. That's the great one. That's the car. That's the thief. With the beard, yeah. One moment. Oops. What did I even open just now? Okay. Yeah, let's not do that. Okay, two more. Trimming. This is fancy. And that's blackberry. That's gonna grow into rot. And that's about it. Okay then. This bottle looks a little bit different. So I'm looking at the mini map. Yep. Okay. Okay. Well then. Crayons. Jackpot. Oh, is this the... Yeah, this is I saw this being created. This is the fake Hobby Lobby. Books of Vanishing, okay. There were there was a whole discussion about whether to. It's definitely grabbing, but potentially grabbing. Going into this with the intention of grabbing. Okay. Suppose that didn't work. But yeah, for emeralds here you can buy stuff. Did it really not work? Did that really just instead just delete? Okay. Gonna have to come back with Silk Touch. Yeah, but okay, that's I think this is definitely a candidate for my first Waystone. I also saw this being built. Many more. If there's any place that's gonna have another floppy. It's apparently not this one. I do believe these are not connected to any power. Meaning, look for any lever. Oh, never mind. Whoop. Another alpha game. Okay, fine. Anyway, these are also a key item, but I'm not sure if they are needed for. No, it doesn't look like they are. Do you not craft the I suppose not. Oh, jeez. Curtain, eh? Oh, that's nice. Alright then. Back to adventure! Another one. Yeah, no, that just kills it. Okay. I love some kind of rolling giant entity. And like really clumsily tries to pass sign to you and keeps bumping into stuff. This is just a mall area. I wanted to check my progress again. Closer. Ah, those are trash bins. That's not, yeah, okay. Back to this again. Hello. What's up? I'm trying to find new places in the places. Oh yeah, sometimes I'm on longer Generally, it takes like 3 hours for me to get exhausted. It wouldn't happen to be any way of being friendly to these. No? Oh, where are those fake trash bags? Well, not fake, but empty, decorative trash bags. Classic. I think in Liminal Industries, was it? There's a variant, there's a possibility for some floors to be completely fake, like you will just fall through them, which is a pretty interesting idea. And I think, I'm not sure if they have a variant of that, but some similar area does have that happen. So like you would actually, oh yeah, it's always um. It's also another thing is I'm pretty sure I still have some massive delay on my stream, so it oh yeah, that's probably gonna be better. Another thing is I've probably got a pretty massive delay, so that's another factor probably. I was talking about this earlier, how before all the segments got updated, this whole thing was a lot more closed off. And it would be a lot harder to find paths to go. Now it's pretty lenient in many regards, because going up and down isn't completely futile if you want to progress in any way. It does still happen now. Yeah, it makes sense. I I was pleasantly surprised about this kind of shock the first time it happened to me in that mod, but after the fifth time, not so much. But hey, that's what shock is for, you know, marking the spot. I should try going back to Liminal Industries at some point again. I didn't really go very deep into that one. I kind of got distracted by places and other things. Uh, not an Elytra, but the next thing up from that, I've got a mod which is called Ornithopter. And that's basically a glider that allows you to firework push without fireworks. I got it because I thought it would be a thing that's less than an Elytra and would basically allow me to glide a little or maybe even fly a little. And instead I got frustrated when I found out I would need to get an Elytra to get what I thought would be a pre-Elytra item and just cheated it in for myself. Because I wasn't gonna install a whole plane mod when I wanted one single Archimedes Da Vinci style vehicle. I don't know if you know this guy. There's somebody who is either schizophrenic or pretending to be, who keeps going up to random objects and places and quote unquote testing them by rubbing random food stuff onto them, like doorknobs, light switches, and calls it, he says it like you always, you gotta check, you gotta make sure. And he never really specifies sure about what. He just, makes sure. And that's what I feel like whenever I break a block and find out there's just void behind it and I can't go further there. You know, randomly breaking a wall to check if there's a doorway behind it. I gotta check. I gotta make sure. I have to make certain. Outside of the rich theme, what it's called, this spot, the elytra is really only useful in short bursts or these longer rooms like those. That's not. Lagging again. This, by the way, is probably on my end. Because I don't turn off distant horizons when I'm here, and I probably should. Because it's really not doing much here. Okay. Okay. So now. Yeah, that's true. But I haven't found it yet. I haven't found it yet. I I haven't I haven't found it yet. Yeah, I know there's a door. There are also windows of a material that I like collecting. Do these, by the way, do they craft into anything? Nope. That's it. So this would be one of the spaces that's marked on the map. I don't know what's here. I don't quite remember what's on the planning room floor display thing for this area. Whoop. That's on the one moment. Okay. I'm not sure either. It's not that old. I'm pretty sure I had 2.5 before, or 2.6. And that was added in 2.0, right? So I definitely should be getting the big biome. The big room biome, I think. Unless there was some kind of glitch with that which we'll fix. But I didn't see anything about that in the change log, so I don't know. Going back down a level. That looks new. I at least don't remember having seen this one before. Oh! I guess I found it. Yeah, it could be one of the many mods I have installed. In which case, if I ever do find it out, I will definitely tell you, but at this point I have no idea what would be causing it to not spawn. I've got it. I've got it. Okay. Okay. Ah. Anything hidden? Doesn't look like it. Ah, that's a neat technique. I like that. Probably, if there's any kind of debug, hiccups. If there's any kind of debug thing I could type into, but I'm having an issue with commands showing up as well, so I don't know. Anyways. It's definitely one of the more modded playthroughs of this, I would say. So, using this I can make whatever this does, as well as, you know, the wallpaper. I just gotta make sure I don't accidentally get rid of all of them by doing this. But yeah. I should, maybe. Use one of the shulker boxes I've got for places items. No, actually. Yeah, that's the thing. Hold on. Look at my biome on the minimap. That's the one I'm in right now. You see that? Nothing. And if I look in the console, it says locating element Terralif uses my lowlands took point 147 milliseconds. And I don't get anything. No location, nothing. And I don't know why. I have some suspicions, but I don't know. I don't know for sure. Yeah, that's the thing. I was just making a I just used the locate command for the biome I am inside right now. So that didn't display anything either. Like that's the issue. It's clearly not working at all. Speaking of not working, do you at all mess with the time scale of the world? Like a tempo or something? Like to do that clock effect. Nothing, no error. It says it just ran the command, and it gives me basically, yeah, we ran it and it worked in the console, but not any coordinates. But to me, the more pressing issue is, does the mod mess with the time to make that clock effect happen in the dimension? Like, hold on, inside. Okay, so this is that the normal clock behavior? Or it's the same as whenever? Okay. Because I've got a mod called Hourglass, which I'm using to change the timescale of the world, because I think that nights and days should be longer. But what I've noticed is, whenever I reload, or sometimes when I enter or exit places, it it resets those settings. Like right now, me being able to even just see how fast the time, goes. That's way too fast. It should be. Let me go up the mountain. So okay, it doesn't mess with the time. That's good, that's good. Because something was causing my time setting to not stick for some reason. I've yet to figure out what causes that. I'll basically have to. Look at how fast the sun is going right now. That's the speed I wanted to have. It looks like it's standing still, but no, it's not. Is it? Is it speeding up by itself? Oh my god. Okay, so you didn't... Hold on. So the change is instant. But then it goes back to normal speed. What the fuck? Yeah, okay, okay. See, that's why I was asking, because I saw that in some chat that the big biome had some stuff happening with day-night cycles. That maybe there's something happening there. Uh, but if that doesn't have anything to do with actual days, time scale, and also, honestly, I'm at a loss because it looks like it's actually changing as after I've changed it. It has changed it back to normal vanilla micro speed. Made in heaven. I can. Let me maybe land before I do that. Okay. That's interesting. It is clearly resetting whenever it does reach the end of the day. Night. Whichever, ends at that moment. That tells me there's something wrong with the mod itself, because, it's reacting to itself. Or it's maybe an issue with the seasons mod I'm using. There's some compatibility. Hold on. That's interesting. Serene seasons. Let's see. So I'm just checking the config now to see if I can find some settings there. So yeah, I could make it do the made in heaven thing, but apparently it decides to reset that. Seasons. Let's take a look. There's probably something about day-night time scale, which would reset that whenever it passes. Duration of a Minecraft day and tick is used by the season cycle. In conjunction with another, changes the actual scale. Okay. I'm gonna need to do some quick math on fraction of real time. I want to know the fraction because that mod is unfortunately in fractions. And if I fix this, I want it to be the correct, then. That seems about right. Okay. So, let's see. Calculator. There we go. Properties. Progress figure on the server with no players on. Okay. Duration of a season in days. Let's make that 30. Let's go. Let's go all the way. Season properties. Wait. You can make your own seasons? You can make your own fucked up seasons? Okay. But yeah, no, I'm not seeing any. Okay, what if I then. Okay. Checking the config of Hourglass instead. My data only have those options in there, so time is a per world thing. Well, I can do that as well. Let's take a look at the world then. Save. Single biome. Server config. Hourglass server. Well, max speed is currently set to 500. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna quit out and see if I can change that. This season, yeah. I could honestly make some kind of weird hell season, like a 13th month kind of thing. You know, spiders rain. Probably not spiders raining, but you know, I could make a red grass everywhere or something like that. At least it appears to be the case that I can do stuff like that. Okay. So. Zero point, yep. 0.02 7 no, 6. And that is the time scale adjusted. Okay, now sleep. Oh, sleep message. No, sleep message not leave that. I'm not seeing any. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that would change the timescale back. I need to check. I need to research that one. It's gonna be a little bit boring for a minute. Sorry about that. Resetting timescale. Let's look it up. Maybe somebody made an issue. If not, I can make an issue. Sun gets stuck at port time back ticks backwards, server updates please, literal sun nothing about this mod, why I'm required to take 3 years of coding just to extend the length of days. You don't, really. Revise the server config every time it launches. Does it? This number was that before launching the server. Yeah. Immersive snow. Immersive snow. Oh my god. Why? Why immersive snow? I am so sick of mod developers spreading the features of the mod across 20 different things when it could all be plugins or segments or different things. Hold on. Hold on, which but no real magic. Not immersive snow. Is that? Hold on, maybe that's. Maybe I was hasty. Tick. Something about a tick right there, but no, it doesn't look like it changes anything. Cloth. Immersive atmosphere. I do have. Okay, I do have it. Uh, enable our falls. Woo! Done, right? That's it. Saved. Saved. That's it. Nothing. No, don't touch it. Keep your hands away from it. Now. Okay. Oh, please tell me that fixed it. Please. You know, you have to imagine. I set it to be like 24 hours, like in real life, and some fucking mod keeps overwriting it. Why the snow mod? Not even a season. Why a snow mod? It doesn't have anything to do with the seasons are separate from the snow. The snow is separate from the seasons. They interact, but they are not. Why would the snow mod, which doesn't have anything to do with time itself, change the time mod, which when used in combination with a season mod? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. That's so stupid. God. Ah. Uh, maybe. Maybe I do. I will see when I get there. But, oh, that was hell. And it's such a stupid problem. God. It's like, this is a problem I've got with lots of modern mods. You've got a mod which adds some kind of armor. Because this armor is balanced for some specific type of combat. It also changes the mob AI. Because of course it changes the mob AI. Because the armor is made to fight mobs which have this specific mob AI. And so, that breaks a mod because, that mod uses the base zombie AI, and if it doesn't have the base zombie AI, it just completely crashes the game. Because of course, and instead of in any way notifying the player of this kind of thing happening, that's not even, why would it's an armor mod, why would it have any config options? There's no config options, and because there's no config options, there's no tooltips on the configuration. Because it's an armor mod, why would it need a config option? But yeah, it changes the AI because mod creators can't stay in the fucking lane about what kind of mod they are developing. And did you know Java is an object-oriented programming language? Do you know what object-oriented programming language means? It means that programs can be made segmented into small little separate boxes, and these boxes they can interact, but don't have to interact. They can be made separately. They have input, they have output. You input data, it outputs data. It works with the data, changes the data, and puts it out again. And another box can then expect this changed data and change that data because of it. You don't have to make the whole mod in one big chunk. You can just make it modular. Please, people, make modular mods. I am sick of this kind of problem happening. It is so stupid. It doesn't need to happen. You're good, by the way. Places, so far, perfect about this. Great, even. Honestly, I love it. It's just so many mods are really annoying about this. Uh, yeah, please, please do orient your objects. I learned that in school. When I was asking my teacher about what that even means and how to make use of that, you know what I got? Fucking nothing. I, I, I didn't get any explanation. I was just told to read the documentation again. The same exact documentation I got to read, which, told me about these informations, and that got me to ask a question. Because, the explanation in the documentation didn't quite get to me. I didn't quite understand it. And, well, that teacher, I don't know. I don't know. He thought teaching meant something else. Teaching meant sitting on this chair and, I don't know, playing draw photos on his laptop, maybe. But that's only if he's cool. The game just crashed, by the way. The game just crashed, by the way. Don't know if. Uh, Gonna check the log for that. Keep space, Figura. Yeah, I wanted to get rid of it anyways, because I wasn't really using it. It would be such a silly problem. Yeah, maybe. But I don't think... Normally changes to loot pools should be additive, not changing, right? Like, whatever you did probably didn't change... Like, take a copy of the base loot pool and replace it with your places. It just said, hey, wherever the loot pool is, add this code or these lines which add these items with these probabilities, right? So that should be more than fine. But the mods I'm really mad about are those who say, hey, by the way, fishing is now a whole minigame and also takes like 20 minutes to get 5 fish, and also fish have to be mobs that you see in the water, and if you don't see the fish, also we've removed all the non-fish objects that you can fish because that's an empty world for you, and there's not just gonna be boots flying around in this empty world. That's the mods I have problems with, because generally when you've got those kinds of mods, what you wanted to install is a mod which makes the fishing line more realistic, and all you got is all that mess. That's been my experience with modern mods. It overrides it. Like, replaces it? Does it have to? I feel like that's one of those things that could be made with like a data pack or something. It just comes packaged somehow. I've seen that happen a few times. Hmm. By the way, let's check how my audio quality is if I can. Okay. Testing audio. Oh, you can hear the fidget cube I've got. Okay. Yeah, let's think. Audio. Let's check how my audio. Audio seems to be good. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Whoops, it's winter again. No, it's not. Hello. Hello. Do I have enough? I do. Beautiful. Don't die. Don't die in crushes. Sweet. Ow. These are always great to see. Oh, so you can't catch fish. Fish. Okay. That's an interesting. That makes sense, I guess. Though I guess you love to hear it, but another great case for maybe making weird water. But yeah, no. I wouldn't know how to fix that because, I wouldn't know how to mod. I am a lot more stress units than I thought I'd have right now. I was at 5,000 last I checked. Let's check on my potatoes. I've got potatoes. Potatoes. Oh, that's neat. Gotta check that sometime. I wonder if it shows up in JI if I have a fishing display thing. Yeah, by the way, I made these potato farms to farm pigs in order for me to get the peaceful, uh, what's it called? It's a mod which changes loot pools. No, makes it so you get loot, monster loot from passive mobs. And so I've been farming pigs for that. Because, they don't drop, what's it called? Yeah, they drop animal essence. Animal essence can be crafted into monster essence. And that into boss essence. And these essences can be crushed down into boss or mob items. And the reason for that was because I wanted the waystones, and then the pearls are needed for those. So by the time I had the soul system up and running, it was way too, big for my actual needs. And yeah, I ended up having way too many pigs, way too many potatoes at this point. And that's about that. Okay. Um, Man, I think some neighbor is grilling or something. I smell meat. It makes me mad because I don't have meat right now. Like I do, but I would need to heat it up and all that. In a prepare it. Ah, that's an interesting idea. I wanted to check. Um, I wanted to check something. Yeah, it makes sense. Definitely doesn't seem like a immediately thing. And it would be spread out across the dimensions, right? So you could basically enter the places instantly on launch and eventually get all the resources without actually having visited the overworld, right? Ah, dang it. It's a flower? It's a flower. Here I was hoping that this would be the way to create infinite plastic. That would have been nice. The only thing I'm looking for in terms of plastic is being able to produce infinitely much of it. Like, I like sky blockable stuff, right? Renewable resources. That's my kind of thing. Like in real life and in gaming. So when I can't make something infinitely in some way, even if I can collect a lot of it, I feel dissatisfied. I feel like I'm not reaching my potential. I don't like not being able to create stuff like that infinitely. That's why I keep asking. But I guess I'll just have to figure out how to make my own recipe. Maybe I can do something with the extruder and plastic cobblestone and lava, probably would be good. With the yeah. From fishing, yeah. I not really a factory kind of thing. I would try to go for with that. Yeah. Okay. It's definitely an option. It's just if I could get a mod which allows me to automate fishing. That could be a way. What do I have in terms of fishing? What do you mean? This blueprint can. Okay, that's why. Because okay, I've got spear fishing. I've got silver fish in a bottle. I don't have any fishing rods. I can make mending books, so I can make a. That's about it. I may want to get another anvil. Or a few. Yeah, 64 anvil should be enough. Yeah, probably is, but I don't have it yet, so because I never I never really consider fishing. I never really think about it. This, on the other hand, Okay, let's sort these out. I've got luck 2, luck 2, to unbreaking, luck. These I would combine because of lure, so let's split these up. This has both. Okay, oh, fish will fear me. Fish will definitely fear me. I've got a mending here, no? No, fortune. I may have overdone it a little bit with the experience. Yeah, this will take some time to get out of me, so I'm just gonna grab the mending book and copy it. Where's mending? Where is mending? I didn't use it instead of... Okay. Tome. Yeah. Okay. Time for some funky maneuvering. That should be good. Four books from that anyway, so I can just use those. Here's hoping half means half plus 1 if there's uneven. Yeah, it looks good. Perfect. Now here's my magic box. Look at this. Mending. Mending again. Yeah, you get the idea. And one of these goes on the road. The others I'm taking back upstairs. Oop. Whoop. One of these days I'm gonna fix that tube to bring me out somewhere more safe. Anyways. Time to fish. Yeah, yeah. And if I'm getting constant errors while in here. Minecraft effect instance shade color convolve couldn't find uniform named in size in specified shader program. Probably something you should look at. Sounds related. May be because of distant horizons, but could be related to, you know, all of this. Yeah, I see now. This creates random plastic stuff. That's okay. That's definitely renewable. Need I would need to place a chunk loader here. I should get the chunk loading mod, by the way. Would need a chunk loader here and way of transporting the items back or just stockpiling them. What do you mean? I mean, oh, the error. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I can post it in chat real quick. I could just send it here. Brick tower. What's inside? Ow. Okay. Oh, that seems decently ominous. Shader itself? I mean, you're looking at it, so probably. What should it do? Like, anything specific I should look out for? That's an underwater house. I died. It removing the fog? I don't think it's removing the fog, it's just, you know, sometimes I guess it's not quite as foggy. But most of the time the fog does look a lot closer than it would be if, distant horizons wasn't there. It was working, I mean. Pixelate. Oh no, that's not working at all. Yeah, no. Ah, yes, distant horizons is disabling it. And if I look at the error log, well, the error is still happening, but the shader is definitely working now. Oh, it was. If I press escape, it is working. Yes. Dang, that's a shame. It looks really cool, but it only appears when I press escape, and then the error disappears as well. So there has to be some kind of incompatibility. Something with sodium, maybe? By the way, something about the other gems. They are everywhere. Yeah. It might be, it might be. That's not supposed to be here. They do. They really do. They get everywhere. Honestly, I kind of dislike having them because I never really use them. I get apotheosis for two things: the enchantments improvements and the spawner mechanics, like being able to upgrade a spawner. Everything else completely unwanted. And that mod is modular, but it's just those segments are all together. That was definitely a creature. Other shaders, like, shaders, yes. Yeah. Oh! Yeah. Yeah, this is colored lighting. It's just one of the very few mods that's shaders that's compatible with distant horizons. That's why I've got that on locked on. And it seems to actually be making it look a lot more alpha-like. But yeah, the pixelation only happens when I pause. River, you say? They call it a mine. Like Red Road, yeah, Red Road is working. The high ones. What does that mean? Why are there pigs? Oh, that's not normal? Well, they're here, so I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, look. Rich boy house. How does this fog compare, by the way, to what you intend to be there? When I get high? Um, in this dimension or one moment? Oh, backrooms! Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever tried those, so I don't know. God, I love this mod. It's a bit hard to control, but once you get used to it, you can do so much more fun things. Well, I didn't put them there either, so something else must be incompatible. This place could use some floodlights. Do I have any? That's better. Classic. Well, don't ask me how why that error is happening. I have not programmed in a while. Fuck it, we ball. Well, you can just turn it off. I don't think it's actually enabled right now, maybe. Not sure. It does its thing even it does things even when it's disabled, so you know. Hold on, let's check. Yeah, it's disabled right now, the rendering. So you can just turn that off, and if that error still happens then we may have a culprit. Okay, yeah, that shader doesn't work either. Interesting. Fister? Is that another distant kind of mod or? Whoa. Oh, okay, that's interesting. But it's got both fabric and forge, so I don't think there's much needed to connect anything. That might be causing. Let me we'll think. Uh, I've got exposure, the camera mod, which adds photography. Got a bunch of create add-ons. That could be interesting. Big cannons could be, maybe because it has its own thing. You know, it seems to be both fabric and forge, so it should be all good for that. Uh, you know, places. Oh, that could be interesting for building. Confusing, but interesting. Mm. Oh, okay. So exposure's not it. Is the crayfish furniture mod maybe? There's some kind of mod which changes light in some kind of way. It's got just enough guns. Like my idea is maybe some of the warfare mods may have gas masks and that kind of thing, and some kind of special effect they've got. You know, that's about it. In terms of items, I can see there maybe it is the dynamic lights mod. I can turn that off and try again. Okay, so it's not distant horizons. I didn't quite get all of the messages there. Yeah, that's why I'm checking the dynamic lights mod I've got. It's a recent addition too. I added it just before going to the alpha dimension. Okay, dynamic lights disabled. Well, it seems to be some kind of a special thing. Maybe it could be. Should have checked if it's the same error I get when I eat the mushrooms. I'm gonna have to go to the alpha dimension to test it now. To make sure. Time to take a look. Fortunately, dynamics lights is not something that places any blocks, so I can just rip it out, no problem. Oh man, earlier when I talked about mods going out of their area of expertise, right? One mod which has, as I recently noticed, really gotten on my nerves in that regard is immersive weathering. Are you familiar with immersive weathering? If not, let me tell you what it does according to the description of the mod when I first got it. Immersive weathering changes blocks slowly over time by adding cracks to brick walls, by adding moss to blocks next to water, or just randomly sometimes, or next to other moss. And it does that and those kinds of things to basically simulate rot and decay and all that kind of thing. Okay, so it's not dynamic likes. Why have I got fabric? Rendering API if this is Forge. Yeah, okay, so what immersive rendering added is tons and tons and tons of overworld blocks that generate with the world generation. Meaning that instead of just having it be something you can place in a world and rip out afterwards, if you now were to remove immersive weathering, you will get tons of holes in the best case, or a complete crash in the worst case. Which is really annoying. I've got Oculus / Iris. That's maybe a candidate. What's the song? Some library, okay. That's not it. Yeah, it shows it, but it didn't used to be that like that, and it's an option that I would definitely want to disable if I could. I would just rather have the slow decay of blocks instead of changing the entire world generation. Because, and this is another thing that annoys me, nobody is using world types. You know, that thing that lets you choose which kind of world generation you get. Nobody's using that anymore. It's completely ignored. And it would solve so many problems. Like sometimes I'm not even sure if I completely correctly installed a mod. Or maybe I'm not sure if I have accidentally installed more than one world generation mod and which one is taking priority if even. And so I'm just testing worlds and I'm not sure if it even works at all. And you know what would solve that? If when generating a new world, I had a funny little option that when clicked, switches through all the different kinds of world generation I can choose, and I can see right there if it works, it's right there. And if it's not compatible, or if it's not added in addition to an existing world generation mod, I can just not choose it, or choose it, depending on if I want it. Vista is broken. Oh, that's bad. Well, I don't have Vista, so that's not something that could change that for me. Yeah, I don't see anything else that could cause such an issue. And yeah, once again, color convolve could not find insights. Yeah, right? That's such a nice solution to just all sorts of problems. You can just... Well, like, I really just want custom world gen back. I just really want it back. It was so nice to have custom world gen. You could just change numbers. You didn't need all these world gen mods which don't have any options to change how far apart biomes are, or how high the world generates, or how tall the mountains go. You could just change the numbers. Honestly, that's a huge lost thing that we really should get back. Okay, you know what? I am actually getting a little bit tired, so I think I am going to call it a day for now. Yeah. Gonna... I haven't eaten today yet. I should do that. And maybe watch a movie or something. Yeah. But hey, it's been nice. I hope you find out whatever is causing this issue. I can send you my mod list, my entire mod list, if you want to maybe go through them one by one or something, or I don't know. It's a whole lot of mods though, so I wouldn't blame you if you don't want to. I mean, it's playable without all that, so it's not really a problem. It's just kind of annoying. Okay, well, I'm gonna call it. See ya.